Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidmore. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Join us next week for another exciting episode of The View from Hampton U.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point. I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design is holding us back. It's become mechanical, a series of conflicting checklists and linear conventions, components of production cycles. We don't always think about design as coming from within, as inherent to our species, the human. So today I will discuss 5 immersive design considerations for the metaverse outside of these technical checklists and processes. These are considerations that are a little more qualitative, sometimes a little harder to wrap our minds around and transfer that knowledge into meaningful action. These are the things that impact our decision making and the world we live in, whether we realize it or not. And when we make this connection more mainstream, I truly believe that we can evolve the world by pioneering what artistic but responsible, immersive design looks and feels like, and what the metaverse should evolve to become and to include. My name is Natasha Rapsat, and I am an experienced designer, strategist, multi-dimensional being, an explorer traveling to see the bones of the world and to learn for the future of humanity. I have medium brown skin and dark hair that is pulled back. I'm wearing a black shirt, red lipstick. Before we get into the considerations, let's discuss immersive design for common understanding. Feel free to leave comments or questions. I will do my best to answer. Thank you for joining me today.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is JL the Genius, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. And our next speaker, his name is Jackson. He is a tech startup founder, former NFL offensive tackle, and an experienced project manager with a degree in engineering from Colorado School of Mines and a passion for entrepreneurship. He holds several patents and trademarks. As vice president for the NFL Alumni Las Vegas chapter and an advisor for the Unsilenced Voices, a nonprofit combating domestic violence and human trafficking, Jackson is dedicated to giving back to his community. Jackson is available as a paid speaker to inspire and educate at your event or to offer personalized strategy and networking sections for your business. Contact him at www.jackson.coach to assist in reaching next levels and your goals. Now I introduce to some and to others the amazing Jackson.
Hey man, thank you very much, JL the Genius. Can you?
There
Am I
he
coming
is.
up through okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. You loud and clear, brother. I can hear you loud and clear.
You did phenomenal, given getting us on right away. So I appreciate you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you know we have to improvise and iterate, but I appreciate you, brother. And remember that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right, and there we go. My man Tim.
Yes,
So
sir.
yeah, it's so the folks out there. This is I appreciate Tim coming on. This was really the last. I don't even think it's last millisecond to get you on, Tim. But the topic, it just all worked out perfectly because the topic is creating businesses that impact the world. Right. So I wanted to tell them a little bit about your background because I know you're humble and all that. But we're looking at a Super Bowl champ here, and not just on the field, off the field. So talk a little bit, maybe, Tim, do an introduction on yourself and some of your accomplishments, including, getting that ring that we all wish we had.
Absolutely, man. No, thank you so much, Jackson, and Black Business Network. It's incredible to be on here again. But my name is Tim Wright. As Jackson said, I'm a Super Bowl champion.
There it is.
2015 with the New England Patriots. But I'm also an entrepreneur, and I'm the co-founder of Dome Audio, which is a revolutionary headphone technology. And as Jackson said, truly going to impact the way the world experiences sound. But I grew up in Neptune, New Jersey, and I had the opportunity to get over a dozen scholarships my junior year in high school. And I chose to go to Rutgers University because I went to two different high schools, and one was named Neptune Scarlet Flyers, and the other was named Wall Crimson Knights. And I actually grew up on a street named Rutgers as well. So when you put it all together, it spells Rutgers Scarlet Knights. So it was no other school for me to go to. I had to just follow what was destined for me. And there, I had a successful career on the field, but I also faced adversity with having a season-ending injury right in training camp. So literally, my entire year got wiped out right below my feet in a snap of a finger. But I also was a leader off the field as well. And I picked up a pair of clippers at the age of 13, and the power of a clipper. Most of us see our barber or our hairstylist as a therapist. And for myself, I was able to go to school at Rutgers and be a full-time captain of the football team, a full-time scholar student where I studied sociology and criminal justice, and I was a full-time barber. And so I got to have an individual in my chair for 30 minutes at a time and have this, uninterrupted session of just speaking about everything, what they like, what they love, what they didn't like, how they saw the world, and I got to be a sponge on hundreds of people I cut across the campus. I cut my coaches, I cut their children, I cut all my teammates, and then students that went to school at Rutgers. So I appreciate that experience, not only how to manage business and how to manage a full schedule like that, but also the power of what I was able to learn. And that then translated into, after I won the Super Bowl, I said, now is my time to use my platform and create an impact in the world. And so what I did was, in 2016, I came back on campus and I opened up the first barbershop hair salon on any major campus in the country. And it's called The Right Cut. And so I took my one-man operation and then turned that into an 8-person business model that essentially now is automated and has systems in place and is running the business for itself. So it's really cool to see that going. And that's something that, of course, I can take around the country as a model now. But segue into what I'm doing with Dome Audio is my latest venture for the 5 years. It's been bringing an incredible level of fulfillment. I'm a fashionable guy. I'm a people's person. I love music. I actually DJ all my family functions. So it's something that I just love, bringing that energy and creating that wave. And I think the way I'm able to connect with people, it supports my decision making. It supports understanding trends and how to, really create something that can dominate in a period of time. And that's what we're on the cusp of what we're doing with Dome. So it's a little bit of background about myself, and that's where I'm at today.
Okay, can you still hear me? Okay, my mic's cutting in and out. All right.
Yes, absolutely.
No, I'm knowing more and more about your background as we're sort of developing our friendship. So let everyone know we won the Super Bowl, or no, what was the Super Bowl of the Business Expo
Yes.
competition
That's what it
a
was.
few weeks back.
Yep.
Me, you, Tyrone,
Yes.
and the rest of the team. So
Yes, yes.
yeah, it's good to connect.
All of those people. Yeah, absolutely.
So when we talk about creating great businesses that impact the world, you're seeing it right now. You know, I met Tim literally on that panel that day, right? And then like-minded and heart-centered folks that are busy getting it are just sort of going to automatically be attracted because we're trying to raise the level, you know, vibration and getting our stuff out there. And so you're automatically going to attract folks when you're in the presence of them. So I would say that that's one of the, I know for me, that's one of the biggest things in terms of creating a business that impacts the world, right? And you talk to it a little bit in terms of networking.
Yes.
Right. When you put yourself out there, you're curious, you're asking questions, you're moving to change something. You know you have a vision, you know that you have a purpose. Besides the football, I know personally the dedication that takes to get to those levels, right? The 0.01% or the 0.1% that make that. And so we know you have the mindset and the drive, and now you put yourself out there with a personality that wants to attract people to make that vision. Even sometimes if we don't know what that vision completely is, taking action forward, drawing from your background and your history and sort of what you do will lead you to that purpose, and you'll sort of start zeroing in on a specific vision that you apply that action to actually make it manifest it, bring it to reality.
That's right.
And so I you know, that's along the topic of how to create an impactful business. I would say that is huge. So I know Tim is the chief strategy officer. He's the co-founder and the chief strategic officer for his company as well.
Yes.
What would be some of the other? You talked about systems and processes. And I appreciate, I nerd out like that all the time. So I have an engineering background, and I know how important those are in terms of setting those systems and processes up. Maybe talk to, since I know that you had some huge things explode with your dome project now, we can get into that a little bit later, but maybe talk about in the beginning where you're scrapping. You guys are putting together this thing. You're just starting some of the challenges as you're creating this business that is truly world impacting.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So now, as a segue from off the field to, or from on the field to now in the business world, you know, I would say that my experience with my barbershop and you know, having that vision, and you know, I would say at that time it was about 15 years of real experience with cutting hair and just growing that craft, and now taking it into a business where everything can function together as one. It's the systems that is the backbone and the glue. When you're not able to be hands-on or not in there, you know, providing physical and vocal and emotional, you know, coaching or assistance. So with that said, that experience prepared me for what was next for me with Dome Audio. And I understood that, you know, the NFL also stood for not for long. We talked about that as well, Jackson, right? So with that in mind, my aspirations, my ability to be a visionary, it all has to also be supported by a procedure, execution. And I didn't have all the answers, and I still don't. I think if anyone professes to say they do, they're in trouble. So with that mentality, I also understood that, and this is a quote that I coined, but in the pursuit, you discover. And essentially, again, what that means is you don't have all the answers, but you have a vision, you have an idea. And it's important to surround yourself with people that are, quote unquote, either smarter than you, have the experience in the particular space that you want to go into. And, you know, there's a lot more people out there that want you to genuinely win and succeed than you think there are. So holding something tight and not wanting to share it with people, or, you know, not having the confidence to, you know, talk about it on a one-on-one basis or even amongst small groups. Once you start taking those steps in pursuit, you will start discovering how many doors will open for you. And that's what in this world we call it connecting the dots. You know, like that's the reason why co-founders come together or partnerships and joint ventures happen, is because they have a particular expertise, they have a particular skill set over here. Let's join those things together and make a bigger conglomerate. And a lot of the companies that we see that are the tech giants out there in the world, that's what it comes from. In fact, I just read something in a book that I was reading yesterday. Apple, when they had reached a point in their evolution when they were in some financial trouble, Steve Jobs put his ego aside and he actually went to Bill Gates. And for a long time, Apple wanted to remain a closed system, but he stepped to Bill Gates and they were in litigation with some type of battles they had, but they put that aside and say, hey, we can both win here by coming together in a larger way. And so by them coming together, that then gave Microsoft the ability to leverage Apple's ecosystem and put their infrastructure within Apple. So that's just an example of how when two converging forces actually come together, what you can create. So with that said, with Dome Audio, my partner, who was in the music industry for 25 years as a songwriter, musician, and producer, his name is Ben White.
Okay.
He got his hands on a pair of conventional bone conduction headphones, what looks just like this, right? It's two speakers that sit on your jawbone and it sends music directly into your inner ear. So it's nothing that's inside your ear. And that's the revolutionary, concept and experience of the headphone. But when he heard it, he said, my music ear kicked in. I heard the inferiorness of the experience and the fidelity. If we added two more speakers, this can change the game. And so he confirmed that by putting the headphones behind his ear on the mastoid bone. And that's where the light bulb went off. So when he approached me with it, I saw this new, newly formed headphone, which I actually have a prototype in front of me, which is the world's first open and closed ear bone conduction headphone. So now you have 4 speakers, but not only do you have the ability to hear full fidelity surreal sound, you also have this component called a dome cover, which you seamlessly attach to the frame of the headphone. And now it blocks out the outside world and amplifies the music. And this part here is another feature that no other headphone has. But when I saw this, what immediately popped in my head was the opportunity to do things like this.
Oh, branding.
Right?
There's everything.
As a mobile billboard and something we now call headphone real estate. So the Black Business Network, this is the Pan-African flag, and this is an example of how we can do from the Olympics a collaboration with all the countries in the world, right? So when I saw that, though, that's when I started pulling from all the experiences and conversations I had with people that came to school to Rutgers from Asia, from Africa, from Europe, all different states and different parts of the country that have their own culture and movement and swagger. I was cutting these people's hair and I was just learning. Ooh, I got you. I understand that. And then when they get out, once you get right, you can't go wrong. So you got a fresh haircut, you look good, you feel good, you're inspired. Next person, sit down. So that's what I did for the last 20 years. And I would say for the last 7 or 8 years or so, I've been, just solely focused on myself and my kids. But that experience helped mold my perspective and how I saw the world from a macro and a micro standpoint. And that's what I'm able to help bring to Dome. Of course, the ability to connect with people, the ability to share the vision, and just to put some, some true, again, systems and processes behind the way that we're tracking and trying to reach this destination with Dome. So,
And then that lets you get out and do the promoting that you got to do and the networking that comes natural to you, right? When you get those systems and processes in place.
No question.
Yeah, I was going to. So when you put those those covers on, to let everyone know, I don't want to misquote here, but I think for the able hearing, it provides a whole different experience.
Yes.
Versus just your headphones as well. So it's not only helpful to the hearing impaired community, but in terms of enhancing your overall experience for the hearing and able community, right?
Yes. Perfect. Thank you for the segue, Jackson. So yes. So this technology, I'm gonna give everyone a quick, it's slightly complex, but it's something that's gonna just give you the context of the human anatomy with the ear. So the ear actually has three chambers: an outer ear, a middle ear, and an inner ear. And your inner ear is where you have this membrane called a cochlea. Okay. And when sound comes through your eardrum, your ear canal, it goes through the middle ear and then inside the cochlea, which then sends the signal to the brain and processes sound. So most people just think your ear, what you can see, is the only thing your ear is, right? But it goes way down into literally where it connects with the brain. So conventional headphones like that, we know, Beats, Bose, all your, LG, Panasonic, they use air conduction, which sends sound through the outer ear that has to go all the way into the inner ear. Dome headphones actually sits on the bone and sends the sound directly into the inner ear.
Conduction.
Most people who have hearing challenges are having challenges in the outer ear. So that's why, they can't process spoken word clearly or optimally. They can't, they have a challenge with hearing sounds and music that's traveling through the air. So that's why they use a deep hearing aid that goes directly in the inner ear or a cochlear implant. Yes. So dome headphones actually functions like an alternative to hearing aids. And that's an untapped market of nearly 500 million people in the world who has been overlooked by headphones. So now we have the opportunity to bring a new experience to this community of 500 million people, while also to the general consumer world, you're not only hearing the music, but you're feeling the music as well. And that's the new dynamic where not only do you hear and feel, but now you can do it while having seamless dialogue and being in control of your surroundings, which is another, element where it's taking people out the box.
Yeah. I was talking to a friend I told you, a very influential friend of mine,
Yes.
Very successful, and he's having hearing issues at these conferences and events that we went to. And I was just like, you know what? I said, I have a friend that's working on something that's going to change your life.
The answer's coming. Absolutely.
He's perked up and ready to go. So yeah,
Yes.
we'll get to that when you're ready.
Yes.
But
nice. That's awesome. That's awesome.
What I was going to say is, I have an engineering background. I've worked for big companies like Hewlett Packard and Chevron and Southern California Edison, working on $100 million projects and all that, and the teams that are involved in that, all the different players involved with putting up these huge projects. And what I was, in terms of, I'm having a little bit of in terms of building these teams and the importance of, in terms of making sure you're filling those gaps, sort of where you might not be the smartest or the best. You have folks that you get along with who are, right. That is something I've always done on those project management teams. And then also the leadership part to get everyone to work well together. Right. That's another thing that I would say in terms of an impactful business. What you don't want to do is be tripped up because you don't have your processes and systems and your communication structures in place when you get the opportunities that just hit your company, right? You want to be able to grow quickly and rapidly with a cohesive machine, like going to the Super Bowl. That doesn't just happen, right? With the throwing together a bunch of greats, right? And then going, you're a cohesive unit that's built up to that. That's
if I could speak on that real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's the constitution of the company, of the program, of the franchise, team, whatever. It's the constitution and the culture and the foundation in which all the moving parts as the people actually stand on. So for the Patriots, it was the culture that was built through Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, transmitted through Tom Brady, and then all the rest of the players, right? Yeah. So I think your body of work and your constitution attracts the excellence. Mm-hmm. And it's that form of a neutralizing, integrity factor that When everybody goes their separate ways at night, in the back of your mind, you remember that the Constitution is bigger than you. So that's where you commit to it, and you commit to it when you're outside of the building. You walk with that every step as you move around the world, and that's what is the glue that keeps the team together and driving forward with that one common mission. So I think that's perfect.
Yeah, that's huge. And I hope everyone heard that, right? When you have a team that when you say break for the night or whatever, the huddle, I don't care what it is, right? At whatever level, we'll use that football analogy.
Correct. Yes.
Their mind, you all are on the exact same page.
Exactly.
And you have no question that your teammate, or your business partners are also working on that same page.
That's right.
And now you can just work uninhibited, moving forward as quickly as possible. What I was going to say is similar to your barbershop experience. I took a break there to start a wellness business where I was training basically medium and small size companies in the Bay Area in corporate wellness.
Wow.
And it wasn't wellness, because I also had executives, like some folks early on with Google and some CEOs with different companies as private clients. And it was because of our minds and how we are in our background, right? It was more of a therapy session, talking to them about their challenges on their startups and their employee stuff and bringing products to market. So yeah, I get it in terms of it was more beneficial for both of us. It was like you couldn't get that learning in a school.
That's right.
Right. Than you could get sometimes just by
being
just listening in these types of jobs.
That's right.
The thing I was going to say with you and I in terms of businesses that impact the world, I want to keep saying that, because there are differences. There are businesses that are money hungry. That there are different types of businesses, and I think that it truly matters that you believe in your product and that it's going to make the world a better place. The world needs it now, and everyone is wanting some of that, right? So I think that if you put your vision to specific action, your specific vision to action behind it to do that, all of these things start manifesting. And like Tim was talking about, and I like this, Tim, I'll bounce this off of you. As you get this momentum going, you have huge momentum now. It's the concepts, the ideas, the process improvements, everything starts rolling.
Yes.
And almost becoming easier. Would you say that in terms of as that's going, right? And it almost feels like in those moments, like it's a play. People talk about it as a law of attraction. It can get eerie sometimes because someone gets introduced into your sphere, right, that you knew was going to happen. And when it happens, it's like you're writing your own movie, your own story. And as you start, this momentum keeps going, it just starts happening more and more.
Yeah.
Would you say that that's an experience you felt?
Absolutely, man. And that's part of, I read another book too. It's the E-Myth Revisited, and it's by Michael Gerber. And he speaks on working on your business rather than in your business.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of technicians out in the world, and, naturally that's what we are. But if you have the skill set to know how to oscillate and separate yourself from the daily, tactical things, or from being a technician, but then you can step back at a macro view. It's almost like during your working hours, you might be a technician. But in the evening time, you don't just unplug from the business. Yes, you may unplug physically, but mentally now you can start to look at it from a macro standpoint and say, what areas can I make better? What type of contracts or team members or staff can I hire to, pull me away, like take me out of the hands-on element here so that I can be a bigger value here. So I would say along our journey, my partner and I, we've always saw the dots, meaning the opportunities that got presented to us and how they can interconnect and then grow into a bigger one that would just be that body of work that may attract that next, excellent player. Yeah. That when he sees that, it says, no, you guys, I'm validating and confirming what I see, and I want to be a part of that. And so that's how you just continue to take them steps, into growing a bigger and bigger business and scale it.
And then you'll get people coming. I work for free, right? So if they see something rolling, right?
Yes.
And you start, till we can get this. I'll support however I can, and they mean it.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's huge. Go ahead and we'll do this at the end as well, but talk about how people can get involved with Dome or get in touch with you out there, and we'll do it again at the end. I just want to make sure we get it out there a few times.
Perfect. No, this is an incredible time right now where we are, I would say, amongst 6 months to 8 months away from having our first product released out into the world. And we're also at a time right now where we're fundraising and we're raising capital. And so there's 2 ways where people can support. You can do both. You can do one or the other, but you can find that information at domeonesound.com. So Dome, O-N-E, sound.com. And you can, determine whether you want to support through pre-ordering the product, which is going to bring a revolutionary game-changing experience, or you could be a part of, the mission by investing and joining us on this journey with our ultimate goal of reaching an exit and acquisition. So those are the 2 ways you can join us. domeonesound.com.
Okay, that's very good. And I think what I'd like to do, I know that we got a few minutes left, and then you got to bounce. You're a busy man. When you think about your mindset, right? I look at sports. I look at the brotherhood of the players, no matter how long or where you played, and the NFL. I talk about how sometimes you can, with our pains and our aches and what we've gone through, and to hit those levels, and then what you went through to become the top level, right?
Yes.
What would you say to the audience? Okay, let's look at the solopreneur or someone that's working the 9 to 5, right? That wants to do something. They know that they have a bigger purpose, and they want to. And there's no right answer for this. Just something you would say to help someone out like that wants to shift out of that and start a business because they know they want to play bigger, and they have a message or a product or a service that they want to get out and impact the world. From your championship mindset, what are some of the biggest pieces of fruit, 1 or 2, that you could offer that person?
Absolutely. Great question. So I have 2 things I can share. One as a personal ingredient that, helped drive my success. And then another as a tangible book that you can soak yourself in and really gain some knowledge. But the first piece is, I came in as an undrafted free agent in the NFL, and I had all the odds stacked against me. And I got the opportunity. I came in as a wide receiver, and 3 weeks in, I got told I'm being switched to tight end. I never played tight end in my life. I'm physically inferior to most guys, and experience is a big thing, and I had 0. But all I knew is I can control the things that I can control, and that was preparation. And I out-prepared, literally, I would say 95% of the team in my rookie season to make that team, and then to go out there and not only make the team, but become a starter, and then end up breaking the franchise record my rookie year for touchdowns and tying the most catches in the NFL in the last 10 years by a rookie tight end, right?
Yeah.
So your preparation leads to confidence. And I was so confident that when the huddle broke in the NFL, the game was in slow motion. That's how much I knew everything that was happening on the field. So take that to business. The book that I read, E-Myth Revisited by Michael Gerber, is a wealth of knowledge from someone who is looking to start a business that may be doing a 9 to 5 right now, but it sets you on track to not take the step prematurely and say, I can do the same thing my boss is doing because I'm doing the work every day.
Yeah.
There's probably 8 other things you might not even be factoring as a business owner or manager that by being a technician, you think you have all the answers. You don't. So by taking that step and soaking and entrenching yourself with a mentor that does a similar thing that you have an idea of doing, or getting the core concepts of what is shared in this book, or really diving into self-study with YouTube and soaking up knowledge, you would then be prepared and more equipped to take that step and then make it be a successful one. Because you can take that step, and that doesn't mean it's going to be successful. You got to equip yourself with the tools. And those are the things that, a long time, maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, I read, and I was like, nah, this is what I needed. So,
and it's not going to be easy.
That's right.
Right. Expect pain, expect failure, and expect to respond.
Absolutely.
Yeah. While you're doing it, don't go in thinking it's all this foo-foo.
Yeah.
If you're going to make those decisions, make them and expect that and rock it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's 1,000 miles per hour, man. Find something you're passionate about. Solve a problem. The bigger problem you can solve. That's a fun experiment right there. Think about. I was just told as well. Think about the 3 things that are pain points for you personally, as a consumer, as a somebody going to get a service, and then think about how you may be able to solve that problem that you have, because 9 times out of 10, a problem that you have is the same problem that 8 other billion people have.
Exactly.
You solve that problem.
You guys came in with the heat today. Like that was fire. Yeah, that was the prime.
I appreciate it, Tim.
You don't rise to the occasion, you fall to the highest level of preparation. So before we get out of here, tell me one more time where they can find you and where they can get in touch with you.
Absolutely. So visit domeonesound.com. You can invest, you can pre-order, you can do both. Thank you so much for the opportunity today, guys.
Yeah. And I'll talk to you
guys.
later.
Remember, your comments. I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential.
A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Introducing Electaworld. The metaverse is widely being labeled as the next phase in human evolution. This second world is no longer just science fiction. AR and VR are coming together to form new communities and limitless possibilities, powered by a brand new kind of money, virtual currencies. Our world will be eco-friendly, emitting near-zero carbon and feature Electa motors and their full fleets of green electric vehicles. This will create real business opportunities where users can actually earn real revenue. Electaworld will be completely free of all types of discrimination. No race, gender, sexual orientation, national origin, or any other type of discrimination will ever limit you in Electaworld. Electaworld will feature around 3,000 plots of land of various sizes for sale in year one, with a heavy focus on commercial land and luxury residential real estate. More details coming March of 2022. Electaworld, join the new evolution.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, And her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business?
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
When you feel like you're about to hate yourself, love someone. And when you feel like you're about to hate someone, love yourself. And when you feel like it's the end of the world, breathe and remember that you have to go inhale in order to exhale deep. Like a person who thinks too much, I thought about the word genius and thought, genie in us. Then I thought, if there's a genie, then there must be wishes. So I made a wish upon my genius and became inspired to write a piece about war and the way that it destroys worlds, boys and girls weeping over spirits no longer married to the corpses that carried them as child, laughing, funny. How air forces its way back in even when we just want to exhale. Well, I didn't finish that poem because I'm a firm believer in oneness. So no matter how much I disliked the military, I kept coming to the conclusion that all the soldiers in the army are me. So I went back to my genie and I made another wish. I wished for words that would uplift. The genie sent me poems that sounded more like spaceships, because you know we've been working this great shit and we ain't made shit. I wished we could buy you some space. spaceship that fly so high that we no longer need to exhale because we in heaven. Fly so far and so fast into outer space that we end up turning into energy. G for genius, for genie, for magic, as you are, as you were, and as you always will be, made of the same star that you see as far, but in fact so close enough for us to shoot for, because Lord knows we need something to shoot for, because too often we are shot at. We gotta pay attention to buy time, to train ourselves to shoot back, not like bullets but like stars. Make wishes on the genie that you are, the genie in us, the genius in you, the only person on this earth smart enough to make the dreams that you hope for come true.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is JL the Genius, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, our next speaker is Tanisha Thomas. Tanisha does amazing things in the community as an organizer with a huge heart for helping our youth learn the skill they need to live a productive life. Her marketing genes leads her into schools to fill knowledge gaps for children from well-challenged communities. Her students can be found behind the cameras in television studios and behind the pen crafting books. I now introduce to some and to others, Tanisha Thomas.
Hi, JL. How are you?
I'm doing phenomenal. How are you doing today, Queen?
I can't complain. Thank you for such a lovely introduction.
Yes, it's good to have you here, and I'm so excited about what you're going to teach us today. Remember that genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you, JL the Genius. Hi, everyone. My name is Tamisha Thomas. I, just like GL, the genius, spoke with you guys about earlier. I do run a nonprofit with kids, the Team to Youth Community Foundation. We have a robotics club. We also do marketing for small businesses. And then sometimes businesses call me straight. They don't want the kids. And when they do that, it's called too much TV. And today I want to talk to you about 10 reasons why you want to tell your narrative and tell your story. And so we're going to talk about that and juxtapose it against a project that I currently am working with the city of Raleigh that gives a full look on gentrification. And so, you know, I wanted to be able to highlight this project that actually looks at gentrification from a stretch of about 1928 till about 1979 through oral histories. This project was a project that was done in collaboration with the city of Raleigh and the Friends of Oberlin Village, which is somewhat, I guess, a historic preservation society, neighbors and people that have lived in Oberlin wanting to make sure that there's no erasure for one of the premier neighborhoods of Raleigh. Inside of this freedmen's community, you would have various African Americans that may have been professors at Shaw University, St. Aug University, two of the first colleges in the South in North Carolina, depositing a lot of time working professionals in this community, Oberlin community. You would also have maybe the Leonard School, the medical school at Shaw University, depositing doctors inside of this community. And so many times these stories are lost to history. So today I want to talk about the Oberlin community. There will be a reception tonight to honor the work, the 30 storytellers that actually told their story. And you can also find their story online if you just click or research Oberlin Village, City of Raleigh, and it's on SoundCloud. So if you get a chance, definitely go to SoundCloud and look for the City of Raleigh. These videos, oral histories have been available to the public since June 14th. And again, tonight is the reception. And so I want to talk about these 30 people that actually told their story and why it is important for us as African Americans, especially during a time where it used to take tons of money for you to tell a story. And maybe it would take you having very, very expensive equipment, very expensive editing equipment, tons of equipment and chemicals to be able to develop your film. But nowadays with the computers and with cell phones, you can actually sit down with grandma, grandpa, and ask them simple questions to just simply record who you are as a family, where you come from, your genealogy. And it's so important that we do this, because if we don't basically tell our narrative, someone else will. And so I want to start today with saying the first reason, 10 reasons to tell your own story. Reason one is self-expression. So many times, and let's define self-expression. Self-expression is sharing your story and allows you to express yourself authentically and share your unique perspective with others. It gives you the freedom to articulate your thoughts, feelings, and experiences in your own voice. And so why is that important? I think last night I watched, the kids are home from school. I think you just saw my daughter just kind of float around in the background. And she left the cabinet door open too, but that's what kids do. And well, I watched it myself. She didn't watch it with me. And I actually watched a documentary about this woman who fabricated a story about being a Holocaust survivor. And it was very unique experience in that her Belgian father actually gave intelligence to the Germans, and in her village he was returned to Germany and killed. And so she fabricated this story where she actually went to look for her parents and actually became friends amongst the wolves. And so they did this huge documentary on whether or not her story was true, because the publisher couldn't get her to go on Oprah to be able to market the book. And so a lot of times you'll find that so this is a story of someone who fabricated their own story, but a lot of times when you see our history, or you see accounts of who we are as melanated people with curly hair, you see stories that are about the slave narrative. Or even if we turn on the radio, we'll hear tons of R&B and rap music directed our way that has huge ramifications on it as the subliminal messages that go into our kids. You can't find the African American male image today unless it's tainted with some form of trans or those types of influences, and letting us know that our men shouldn't be alpha males in our community. So it's important to tell our own story, because it is about self-expression and about articulating our thoughts, our feelings, and our experiences in our own voice. Your voice is the most powerful thing that you have. And so if you're able to communicate your past, your present, divine your future, telling your story will allow you to express everything that was a part of your past, everything that you're going through now in your present, and how you yourself see your future without it being defined by others. Yesterday, I actually served as the business moderator. I interviewed a woman from BBC, and she talked about how entertainment is a form of entering a message, and the mint part means it cements it into you as a person, or you as your soul. But one of the top 10 reasons for you to tell your own story is when you're telling your own story, that story tends to be truth. Unless you're Monique Devel from Belgium, whose truth is hard to face. And that was the documentary that I saw last night. Go to Netflix and check it out. It's amazing. Empowerment. The second reason you want to tell your own story is you want to empower yourself. By telling your own story, you take ownership of your narrative and regain a sense of control over your life. It can be a way to assert yourself, overcome challenges, and inspire others to do the same. This story that I actually did for the city of Raleigh, which talks about gentrification, which talks about the first freedmen's village. We talked about a freedmen's village. Most of the people that settled in the Oberlin area here in Raleigh, North Carolina, were some were professionals, like I stated earlier, that may have graduated from Shaw University, may have graduated from St. Aug University, may have worked at the hospital, may have been deposited here through the medical school program that was held at Shaw, which is the first in the state before Duke University. But some may have been working in the railroad, and these are the stories that I've heard with the city being very forward with the Friends of Oberlin to tell the story of this village. Some of those, you had a lot of people in that area of Oberlin that the area was actually named after an area where someone attended college and bought back Oberlin College, the name from Oberlin, because it was such a progressive community. And the empowering part of the stories that I've heard coming from this particular series were how people that lived in the Oberlin village, which was considered North Raleigh at the time, how they were so self-sufficient. A lot of times, in current day, when you want something, what do? You go on Amazon. Right? Used to be we go to the mall, but during the 1920s, African Americans, we were under law. We were under Jim Crow laws, and so as an African American, you just couldn't shop anywhere. So here you have a group of people who were freed slaves, establishing a community, putting higher education in that community, and everything they bought just about was from either they grew food in their own yards, which is totally the most organic you could get. A lot of it was farmland at the time. If you bought clothes, sometimes you bought it from a seamstress in that community. When you wanted to go to the dentist, you would go to a dentist that maybe lived down the street from you. We also found that in this community there were plenty of educators, and so when you tell your story yourself, there's a sense of empowerment where you are taking ownership of your narrative. And a lot of times when people are conquered or when they're marginalized, the first thing that's invaded are the museums, or maybe some of the institutions where a lot of the history is preserved. And so one of the reasons that we want to tell our own story is we want to kind of take back those reins and be able to take ownership of our narrative so that we can understand our past, do what's necessary in the present to have different types of outcomes in the future. So empowerment is the second reason we want to be able to tell our own story. Number three, the third reason that you want to tell your own story is connection. Sharing your story helps create connections with others who may have had similar experiences or can relate to your journey. It fosters empathy, understanding, and a sense of belonging as people realize they are not alone in the struggles or triumphs. Now, when we look at the Oberlin story, the Oberlin village, North Raleigh, which was once an all-Black community, had Black homes there. Some of the homes are now, a lot of them have been sold and repurposed for new, what they call concrete jungle. Some of the interviewees talked about. When you look at connection and you're looking at the story of displaced African Americans in a time where cities are changing, that's happening everywhere. And so to be able to listen to the stories of a community that was once one of the more premier communities in Raleigh, by telling your story, you're able to maybe help some other people that are going through the same problems, preserve the history in their area as well. Maybe through telling your story, you're able to understand a time frame of how these things kind of gradually occurred. But when you sit down and listen to the oral history of it all in the span of about, I want to say this is about 26 hours of tapes, you'll start to see a plan that was actually put in place from 1928 to 1970. And so whereas people living in the community kind of saw it gradually happening, sitting down and telling the stories actually provides a huge connection to see, this is a plan. You know, most cities, they plan out what they tend to do with their city for 20 years. And so one of the reasons that you want to tell your own story is so that you can see those connections and create connections with others such that history doesn't have to be repeated, and that you have a record of that history and a connection with how events occurred once you lay those stories out. The fourth reason you want to be able to tell your own story is you want to inspire and motivate. Your story has the potential to inspire and motivate others. By sharing your personal triumphs, lessons learned, and how you overcame obstacles, you can provide encouragement and guidance to those who may be facing similar challenges. I recently, through our robotics club, the nonprofit, the Team to Youth Community Foundation, our Cyber Bears, which is the name of our robotics team, they were challenged to go and speak to legislators about being able to put more money in the state budget for after school programs. And it was there that we heard senators basically say, hey, we get inspired by hearing the impact of what this after school program does for you. Legislators, which is, when you're looking to lobby someone and looking to see how funds come your way as from the large global connection of things, by you having your story, in place, you're able to put a face to some of those stories. Like we said, personal triumphs. You're able to say, hey, these are some of the things that we learned when we did this, so people can constantly see that your organization is growing or that your brand is growing. You can overcome obstacles when you inspire, when you're looking to inspire and motivate, because some of the things that some of the challenges that are coming your way, maybe someone has some type of suggestion and can reach out to you and tell you how to overcome the things that you may be facing. And again, it's about providing encouragement to others and guidance for those who may be experiencing the same things. With the Robotics Club, the kids are challenged to create an industrial-sized robot. And so through their stories, they're not only able to tell how great an after-school program is for them to do hands-on training, but they can also talk about some of the challenges that they faced when making the robot move, when making the robot pick something up. And so not only can we circulate that to legislators, but we can circulate that to other teams to see whether or not they can help us move past some of those challenges. And so that is the fourth reason why you want to tell your story. So let's do a recap real quick. 10 reasons that you want to tell your story. We went over self-expression, express yourself. Don't let anybody steal your story. Empowerment. You want to be able to take ownership of your narrative. So you want to empower yourself to be like, hey, I'm going to tell my own story. 3, you want to be able to have connection so that you can have connections with others who have similar experiences that can relate to your journey. 4, you want to inspire and motivate. 5, did you know that by telling your own story, it could be a cathartic process, and it allows you to have healing. You could actually allow you to heal emotional wounds. Recently, the TMT Youth Community Foundation did a Juneteenth celebration, and we had this Dr. Jamila Battle, who's come out to support our organization. This is the 3rd time she's come out. She actually wrote a book called From Abundance, it was From Triumph to Abundance. Well, look it up. It's Dr. Jamila Battle, and I think it's From Trauma to Abundance. I just got the book the other day, and I read the book, and oh my gosh, Dr. Jamila Battle, she went through. She's an amazing doctor. She does sleep therapy, and she tells a story of a lot of abuse in her home. Her father was a jazz musician, and she kind of went through a hell on earth every day up until she was about 14 years old. And she speaks about how her life was even about to turn more turbulent until she decided to make the phone call to her best friend that then led to her being in social services. And she was able to walk through this process where she actually came to North Carolina, attended Duke University. And in this book, she lays out, in telling her story, she lays out the pent up emotions that she had. In this book, she talked about how she was able to gain closure with some of the incidents that occurred in her life. And she talked about how she was able to move forward with her life. And you could tell that by writing this book, it was a part of her healing process. And so, hold on, let me look this up. So I want to make sure that I give you guys the right name for her book, so you can actually see it. It's Dr. Battle, Abundance. Dr. Jamila Battle, From Abuse to Abundance, Reboot to Rebirth. And so this is a story that was written by Dr. Battle. She is a sleep therapist. When you have an opportunity, check out her book. It is an example of how of her process of healing, and the powerful system that she is giving to survivors of abuse. This book is in telling her story, she was able to take herself through that healing process. And it just even with the story process that we had with Oberlin Village, here you have 30 people who once lived in Oberlin Village, this premier African American community where most of the homes are gone. It was only out of about 30 people that were interviewed in this series, I want to say only about 2 to 3 of the people still had homes inside of Oberlin. And in sitting down and telling their story, a lot of emotions about their childhood home now being lost to history would come boiling up in the interview process. So telling your story, remember, it can be a cathartic process, and that it aids in healing emotional wounds. The sixth reason to tell your story is you want to be able to challenge stereotypes. Sharing your story challenges stereotypes and societal expectations. It can break down barriers, confront prejudices, and promote understanding and acceptance of diverse perspectives and experiences. So I'm one of those people, and I'm embarrassed to say that when I used to hear the term gentrification, I used to be like, oh my goodness, if somebody doesn't take care of that house, the city needs to take it. But I didn't know it was through listening to these stories that a lot of people couldn't afford the taxes on their homes. Working class people, a lot of them aged, and children and grandchildren moved away from home and maybe didn't do a good job with checking on grandma inside of that home, didn't do a good job with repairing for grandma. And so I really changed my idea of what gentrification was, and it gave a voice to who was actually losing out when developers come in and build $1 million condos next to houses that were built almost 100 years ago. And so it really changed and broke down some of the misunderstanding that I had when hearing the term gentrification. And hearing the stories of Oberlin Village, it also allowed me to understand more clearly how African Americans moved during a time that was pre my birth. So remember that telling your story can not only help you with self-expression, with empowerment, with connection, not only can it inspire you and motivate others, not only can it heal you, it can also change the stereotypes that have been around for the beginning of time, particularly when you're talking about African American people, where we have had movies made with us with dark face and the black face and our history of having stereotypical movies inside of the marketplace. And so you want to be able to these 10 steps that I am sharing with you today. Not only will it apply to a personal story that you can share, it also applies to your brand. It also applies to your business. So when we look at it from a perspective of challenging stereotypes, you may want to kind of flip that when it comes to the business sense as an opportunity to be able to challenge what you do well against your competitors. So if you were going to switch those out from personal storytelling and brands and look at business, I would say challenge stereotypes is almost also like seeing how your brand or business measures up to those that are in a higher position in marketplace than yours. The seventh reason for making sure that you want to tell your story is legacy. Your story is part of your legacy. By sharing it, you leave a lasting impact on future generations, providing them with insight into your life, values, and lessons you have learned. I actually, my grandfather, before he passed away, I actually did his story. And his story was an amazing story. My grandfather started a family reunion that actually is now still in, is his 30 years strong. So he started this when I was a little girl. I was probably more than that. Okay, I'm not gonna date myself. I'm gonna say 40 years strong. And my grandfather, who was a country boy, and the oldest of, I think, about 9 children. He was the oldest child, and so there was a big responsibility for him to always look after his brothers and sisters. And he, well, actually, it was my grandmother's idea to upon visiting his brother one time. I think he was in Chicago. I have to go back and look at the video and see. I think his brother name was Boise, and he promised his brother that he could be the president and they'd be the vice president. And all his brothers and sisters came home and they fried fish in a big kettle and on our family's property, and thus the first family reunion. And I was so very blessed to be able to put the cameras on my grandfather for him to tell that story, so that before he left this earth, I was able to have from his own words where he got the fish from, and how my grandmother cleaned it. And so now when I throw my son a graduation party in the backyard, I feel like my grandfather's looking over the backyard and blessing it and saying, I taught that girl well. Or even when I'm doing a Juneteenth celebration, I realized that by in recording my grandfather's story and sharing it, I saw that that he was very present with me. So legacy, your story is part of your legacy. By sharing it, you leave a lasting impact in future generations, providing them with insight into your life. At any time now, my children or grandchildren can pick up a video and see their grandfather. Personal growth. The act of reflecting on your experiences and putting them into words can be a transformative journey. It helps you gain deeper understanding of yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, and your personal growth. It's one thing about, I have a friend, she says, Tamisha, everybody can't go. And as I was walking down my neighborhood, as I do early in the morning, it's like my meditation kind of time. I heard that in my mind, but I said, no, it's not that everybody can't go. It's everybody can't grow. Some people stay in the same space their whole lives because they're not challenging themselves to go to the next level. Having you tell your story is a personal growth exercise. It helps you gain a deeper understanding of yourself when you have to put your own life in time, when you have to put your own life on a timeline, when you have to write your own eulogy, when you have to stop and self-reflect to see, okay, who am I? Who am I as a brand? Who am I as a corporation? It allows for you to grow because it's really you taking ownership and inventory of where you are now and where you came from and where you want to be. So telling your own story is about the number 8 reason to do it is so that you can grow personally. Advocacy is number 9. Telling your story can be a powerful advocacy tool. It gives you a platform to raise awareness about social issues, challenge injustice, and advocate for change. Your story can be a catalyst for societal progress. We all know that the telling of the story of I'm forgetting his name right now. I see it so clearly. Well, any of the people that started screaming they can't breathe, whether it was Michael Brown or Hands Up or George Floyd, telling those stories actually actually became a very powerful advocacy tool. When you tell people exactly where you are, where you want to go, why you want to get there, it raises awareness and it may attract attention of someone who's powerful enough to change the reality of the situation. And number 10, self-acceptance. Sharing your story requires vulnerability and self-acceptance. It allows you to embrace your past, accept who you are, and find a sense of peace and purpose in your own narrative. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the 10 reasons why you should be sharing your story. I'm Tamisha Thomas of Too Much TV, and Genius is coming. I guess you guys are going to see me on the other side.
Hey, Tamisha, that was awesome. Like those 10 ways, like, and it all boils down to that like one story. So I think that was amazing how you broke that down and thoroughly explained that. And you also told a story within your talking points. So I think that's pretty good as well. Like you never make a point without telling a story. You never tell a story without making a point. So that was amazing. I want to thank you for coming on here. And before you go, where can the people reach out to you? Where can they follow you? Where can they, subscribe, buy something? Let them know right here, right now.
Okay, www.toomuchTVinc.com. That is our for-profit, and our nonprofit is www.tmtyouthcommunityfoundation.com.
All right, you heard it here first. Tamisha Thomas with the phenomenal presentation. Thank you, Queen, so much. And I will go follow you, and I will also go check out your site as well.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side. All right, so the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, and that is the money sign BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mulaney Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. And remember, guys, Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up? and get noticed. I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
you guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek, modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derrick Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Introducing Electaworld. The metaverse is widely being labeled as the next phase in human evolution. This second world is no longer just science fiction. AR and VR are coming together to form new communities and limitless possibilities, powered by a brand new kind of money, virtual currencies. Our world will be eco-friendly, emitting near-zero carbon and feature electromotors and their full fleets of green electric vehicles. This will create real business opportunities where users can actually earn real revenue. Electaworld will be completely free of all types of discrimination. No race, gender, sexual orientation, national origin, or any other type of discrimination will ever limit you in Electaworld. Electaworld will feature around 3,000 plots of land of various sizes for sale in year one, with a heavy focus on commercial land and luxury residential real estate. More details coming March of 2022. Electaworld. Join the new evolution.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis?
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I was speaking and I didn't even I didn't know I was on mute. I apologize.
You said so many pearls of wisdom that they missed that you just gonna have to repeat now, right?
Yeah, I'm just have to repeat everything, right? So, good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is J.O. the Genius, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So for our next speaker is Sharon Mingo. Sharon Mingo Y is a cookbook author, multi-genre writer, book coach, publishing coach, entrepreneur, business leader, and the owner of Super Mementos. Yeah. Her mission is to coach. Her mission as a coach is to inspire, guide, and transform writers into published authors, and integrity and accountability are key elements. She will be doing a fireside chat with Sydney Wormsby. So I introduced to some and to others, Sharon and Sydney. How you guys doing today?
Good, good.
I'm fabulous.
And did I pronounce that right? It's Sharon, right?
Yes,
Sharon.
that was great. That was a great introduction.
Okay, awesome, awesome. All right, well, I'll let you guys have at it. Remember that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you again. We know each other, so this is going to be a lot of fun.
I know.
I won't ask you any trick questions. So.
Good.
But I know you. Others out there do not. So let's start off with you just kind of talking a little bit about what you do as a business and as an entrepreneur, kind of in the general sense, and we'll dive into then some of the publishing questions and topics of interest I think that everyone out there will enjoy.
Right. And thanks for asking. I think JL did an excellent job, but I will elaborate a bit on what he said. So yes, I am an author. My background is literary writing in the genres, novels, poetry, that sort of thing. I took a detour and wrote the 5-volume vegan delectable cookbook. And so I am an author and I've studied writing, publishing. So I'm a publishing coach, a book coach, and Super Mementos, yay, that's the name of my company. It's the umbrella for my writing and for all creative things. And that's because super mementos, moments when you encounter me that will allow you to say, yay. So I want everyone to have a chuckle and to smile and be happy when they encounter me and my work and my coaching.
Super, super. Now, were you one of those folks who knew you were going to be a writer from the time you came out of the cradle? Did you always write stories and these elaborate stories in elementary school? Were you that person?
I will tell you, not necessarily, but I knew that I liked reading. I was always in the school library in high school and at a younger age. I repeated poems, poetry, that sort of thing. And I liked anything that involved writing. Now, I was born in South America, so I never saw myself. Writers were people who were foreign and dead, or they were just superheroes. So I never considered myself to be a writer until later in life. Then I realized, oh, that's my talent. That's where I'm being persuaded to go.
Okay. Now, there are all kinds of folks who are listening to us today from all over the world that are probably thinking, oh, this doesn't have anything to do with me. I'd never be a writer. Can anyone write books?
Anyone can write books, but they need discipline and they need to have that desire. Now, there are authors that have written books in a couple of weeks, and there are authors that have written books in months and then years. Some of them take a lifetime. So it has to do with your inspiration and how hard you would like to work, and if you're not trained, getting coaching and honing your skills and getting that guidance that you need to write the book. And not being afraid of writing or attempting.
And what? And what was the last part?
Not being afraid to approach or to attempt to write.
Isn't that key on just about everything we do as entrepreneurs, right? Yes. Get rid of the fear or work past the fear.
Yes. You just start. You just begin.
Okay. So talk a little bit about, you mentioned several qualities or characteristics that you think would be important or key for anyone being a writer. Is there one that you think is, by far and away the one that's the most important for someone? If they're sitting there and going, I have something I really think is important that for the world to hear or for others to hear, what's that one trait or attribute that you think, really is going to carry the day for them on being, to move it forward?
Maybe it's a fusion of things. So the person needs to have vision and resilience. Because in life you have a lot of obstacles. You're living life, you have to support yourself, that sort of thing. And writing takes a lot of time depending on the genre that you're writing in. But all writings, to write a book, you need time, you need dedication, you need discipline. So discipline, and you must believe in yourself. When everybody else thinks that you don't have what it is to become a writer, you have to believe in yourself, you know? So be very resilient, be very disciplined and determined, and go after it.
So I think I know what your answer is going to be to this next question, but does everybody have to be a writer of novels? Or are there other formats
No,
that
oh my
people can use?
goodness. There are gazillion genres of books that people can write. For example, you have instructional books that business people will write, maybe about web design or even micro books. Those are more instructional. And the creative aspect, that would be the novels, the poetry, the playwriting, that sort of thing. Memoirs are nonfiction. And everyone has a story, a family story within them. Everyone can write a memoir for sure. So, yeah.
And what about things like articles, or things that are shorter? Is that something that is useful and effective for someone for writing?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I was musing before we came on air that we started writing before we probably could even speak, and we had those little stories in primary school and those little nursery rhymes that we were writing. Great. Ask me the question again. I got excited.
I guess the question was really about shorter forms
Okay,
and formats
yes.
of writing,
Yes.
like articles or.
So that's why I revisited school. We start writing those academic essays and those were in journalism, those kind of reports and from college and just about any place. We write emails, we write business letters and all that sort of thing. And those really are just short essays that can be developed if someone has a focus and determination to write a specific thing or about a specific thing. I always tell everyone the novel or memoir, whatever it is no different from an essay. An essay has three parts: the beginning, the middle, and the end. In the beginning, you introduce what it is. In the middle, you pad it, you embellish it, you make it hilarious, you want people to read, and in the end you sort of like it's you're recapturing everything that you've stated in the intro and in the middle, and that's what sort of a novel will do. But of course you have characters, dialogue, that sort of thing. An essay does the same thing. In journalism they have to tell stories. Scientists, if they want us to read their journals, have now learned that creative writing is key. And so many of them hire these creative writers, editors, to add, to humanize all that medical stuff. So I probably, maybe it's a long answer, a bit circuitous.
No. It's helpful. It's helpful. Now, the topic you wanted to talk about today was really more publishing. So tell me the difference between the process of publishing and a publisher.
Okay, so it's easy. Here's the simplest way I can even differentiate and define that. The publisher does the publishing, and so publishing is the act of going through all the different steps of formatting and editing and polishing and tweaking the book to get it published. The publisher is the one who sort of like manages all of that, whether they have freelancers, staff, or whatever. So that you go to the publisher to have a book published, and the publisher oversees all of that and has experts or the expertise. The publishing is the action, like getting that book in the printer and all that stuff, so that you can have something to hold that you would call a book.
Okay. What if you can't hold it? It's digital. Is that still publishing?
It's still publishing because someone, after they wrote the book, needed to have it, I guess, digitized or converted into that ebook. And so it's a simpler way of publishing. And I actually had a chat with someone who, it's her first book debut, volume of poetry, and she wants to become a career writer. And I said to her, I know ebook is the short way out, the quick way, the easy way out. But when you can hold a book in your hand, when you can read, when you can autograph stuff, it's a bit more tangible for you as the author and for the listeners and readers and audience and whomever's receiving it. So forgive me, guys, but I will be honest, that's a characteristic I have, and sometimes it lands me in trouble. But the ebook is the easy way out. The ebook is after you've written your book, you have the paperback. If you want to do hard copy, then you have the ebook conversion of that, because it's all the same manuscript. It's just a different format or form.
Okay.
Right.
And so a publisher is someone who manages the process of getting all of that done, whether it's digital or physical.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood that now. Is there, we'll talk about self-publishing then versus, just publishing and having something published.
All right. So maybe you probably meant traditional versus traditional publishing.
Okay.
So self-publishing, or we can call it indie publishing, is when an author or a writer, you have to be a writer before you become an author. You're an author only when you publish a book. So the writer decides, you know what, I don't want to go the traditional route. It's a lot of work and maybe it's a little discouraging or whatnot. I'll speak about traditional in a second. I'd rather do this on my own. I think I'll have fun with it because I have some creative skills and I can use freelancers for the things I'm not, an expert at. And so that author, that writer publishes his or her own book, and they probably place it on Amazon or, one of the other distributors, right? So they're doing the work, in the book, designing it, they're getting freelancers to do what they can't do. They're managing that themselves.
Okay.
So that's the indie publisher, the self-publishing, right? And then the traditional publisher, which most people like and want because it's less work for the author or the writer. You can focus now solely on writing. The traditional publisher, Simon & Schuster, Penguin House, those big publishers, they're the ones that, based on your talent, they select you now. Unless you know someone inside and you get the in, tell me, So they select you based on talent and via an agent most of the time, through an agent. Traditional publishers go through agents, right? So they now will say, Sidney Wormsby, he's written awesome manuscript, we're interested in it, and we want to publish it. And once they've agreed to do that, that's when your work begins, because there are a lot of editing and corrections and tweaking that you have to work on with their in-house editors and that sort of thing. But all you're focusing on is on the writing aspect of the book. They promote it, they pay all the expenses. With I forgot to mention, with the indie or self-publishing, you, the author, the writer, you have to fund it. You have to budget, and the cost, the expense, that's your responsibility. Traditionally, the traditional publishers, they are responsible for all that expense. So rarely, times are changing, but rarely would you ever have a traditional publisher asking a publisher for funds to fund the book that they've agreed to publish.
So if there's somebody out there who wants to write a book, knows what they want to write about, maybe they've already completed it, how do they decide between indie publishing, self-publishing, and a traditional publisher?
Okay, so here is where I'm going to say something that might probably be controversial. Um, I would say 90, all right, I'll be generous. 98% of all published authors or all aspiring authors would go the traditional route if it were an easy route. But some people do the indie or the self-publishing because traditional publishing is difficult. It's a lot of work, a lot of research, a lot of slush file. If you've ever heard of slush file, it means your manuscript may end up in dozens of slush files rejected by many traditional publishers before, well, through an agent, before maybe someone accepts it. And I think that deters and discourages the average publisher, writer. And so they decide, well, why all the hassle? I will self-publish my book. Now, that said, there are some amazing self-published books where the author took pride in his or her book and they have it written well, edited well, designed well. It's a masterpiece that even a traditional publisher would be proud to represent, right? But usually, if you have the manuscript, you find an agent, and one of the ways you could do so, go places where agents hang out. Go to those writers' retreats, right? Books like Poet and Writers, Writers Digest, Publishers Weekly, and all that stuff. They usually list a lot of these writers' retreats that mostly are like from late spring through, I would say, maybe September in the summer. And that's where you really see agents sitting at the table because they're presenting. And the universities, another easy way is to check the universities, whether you're in New York, NYU, or they usually host these different events where you can actually meet publishers and agents at the table that you normally would not be able to meet.
So whether you're in the U.S., Europe, Asia, et cetera, there's Africa, at universities, often you're saying they will set up these, workshops, meetings, opportunities to meet publishers.
And some clarity. So these would be, when you visit the website of a university or college, you're clicking on the creative writing side or the English department. Because the English department or the creative writing department, those are the ones who would host these events where they have readings from famous authors and stuff like that, and they have maybe summer workshops and writers. Yeah. So wherever you are.
Now, I've heard of one, I think they're a publisher, Vanity Press.
Yes.
Exactly what is that? And
well, here again, I will land myself in some trouble. But did you hear the word vanity? What is vanity?
Well, depends on if you're talking scripture. Vanity can have two meanings, right? It's all in vain,
Right. So not
or
just,
vanity, as in I'm.
so it's pretty much both. Okay, so this is what I'll say. A vanity press now is different from the self-publisher and the traditional publisher. Most, okay, and I say this, I pretty much don't care what the vanity press is saying. Most of them, most of the time, right, they're getting better now, are thinking about lucrative aspect of the publishing process, vanity presses. They want your money. Most times they will tell you that to be published by them, there's a rigorous process and that your caliber of work. They pretty much will publish anything. They will not tell you that. So they will publish your book and it's crap and it can barely make sales. But here's the deal. They've already won because you had to pay them, if not thousands, quite a few hundreds to even get that book published. So they make money two ways. One, the author has to pay them a lot to publish the book. And second, when you sell the book, if it sells, they get a percentage of all the sales. So they're really there to make money. Some of them are good, some of them, but many of them are not. So when you Google and you check their names, look at the reviews, those are real. And a lot of writers are get disappointed because they're eager to become published because it's difficult to go the traditional route. But you know, a lot of times when you do the shortcut, you do get cut.
Talk. So there are lots of business owners out there who says, again, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not. Why would writing be beneficial for a business owner?
Well, extremely beneficial because whether they're an entrepreneur or they're a big company or whatnot, you have a story to tell, whether it is about your business or you want to teach others how to become an entrepreneur or how to get where you are. And so a book is a great thing. A book is like a more detailed business card. And so when you flash that around, it does a lot for you. Your esteem, your people see that you're more authentic for some reason. And it's a nice thing to go to those readings and sign and have your books in libraries so that people can read your book and learn. And it depends on what your motive is. Do you want to transform others? Something to share. We're talking about Black Business Olympics, and I heard about all the great things that are being done for teens and young people and new entrepreneurs and that sort of thing. So these books, if we were not able to read books, whether related to business, the Bible, or whatever it is, we would be, I don't want to say we would be ignorant, but can you imagine a world without books?
Right.
Yeah.
Some are trying. So
Yeah,
we won't go there. We won't.
yeah. I mean, a business person can publish a book for different reasons. I mean, it could be personal or it could be about the business. And it could be instructional or it could be leisure. Imagine someone who's owns a travel agency. And obviously they've owned this for quite a few years. Can you imagine the stories they have to tell about travel? How about maybe an air hostess? Or some pilots, or that sort of thing, or even a regular business person dealing with customers, difficult customers, agreeable customers. I mean, we all have lots to tell. A teacher, it goes on. A teacher, a professor. Well, they usually publish a lot of books and your thesis is already a book. If you've completed college or even grad school, you have a draft of something, a skeleton of something.
Right. Well, I think also one of the things I used my first book for was just credibility. That as a small business owner, an entrepreneur, you don't have the big name behind you, and so folks need to get to know you. And so you can use it as an introduction, like you said, a business card. It's explain who you are, what you do, etc. But it also can build credibility that says, hey, people have this opinion that if they've written a book, they must be pretty knowledgeable.
It's true.
Right. So, or at least we can appear to be, right? But it builds that credibility that, says, they must know something. And now it makes the conversation a little bit easier when you're trying to generate a prospective or turn a prospective client into a client or customer.
Yes, it's a stepping stone for great things. Yes.
So talk about it. You and I had this conversation a while back that I think it would be useful for others hearing it as well, because it was useful for me in hearing. Talk about maybe some of the ways, processes that folks can use to write a book, because everybody doesn't think about, well, maybe I just don't have enough time to just sit down and just write, for weeks and months or maybe I'm not good at, just sitting in one place. What are some ways that people can use to write a book, that are maybe not as traditionally thought?
Okay, so you have your cell phone. Everyone has their cell phone that they use, and You could pretty much sleep with it. You get ideas and thoughts, start writing in that cell phone. You have a notepad, write it in a notepad, right? Or better yet, if you have your laptop, do that. And then once you're either inspired where you get this idea, whether it be a collection of poetry or a fiction or something in business, and you have this idea that came to you in structured and you want to just write and then you get professional help. That's great. But if it's a case where you're unsure, write down every time that you're inspired to write something, whether it's creatively or business wise, just jot it down. And then it's like information, I call it the great information dump, right? You're just gathering all your emails. Now, if you seriously decide, well, I think I'd like to write a book, check your emails, anything you've ever written on that topic. Have you ever presented, done a webinar, whatever it is? Gather all that information together. And then you have this process where now you read through all of that stuff, sift through it to see what's usable and what you can recycle, because maybe there's more than one book in you. But the point is, don't be intimidated. Get expert advice too. Talk to maybe someone who is skilled or trained or have written a book, right? Has written a book. But start writing. The most important thing is to start, whether in your cell phone, on a notebook, or whatever it is. I hope I'm answering the question.
You are. But
start writing and then get help.
You mentioned one to me that was key for me because it fit so much of my personality. Maybe you can elaborate on that one as well. You talked about kind of using a dictation approach. Or microphone, recording approach. So talk about that as an approach for writing for those who maybe aren't comfortable just sitting in a chair and going to town writing.
Well, so one of the easiest ways, if they've ever presented at any events and of that sort, have it recorded and save those presentations, because each of them could be a chapter, maybe two. And then also, like you said, I don't know if people still have tape recorders.
On your phone, you have a recording. Yes.
Okay. The reason I said I'm saying this is because I mentioned that I don't think that there's a business center in my area. And I said I thought that was a big disadvantage. And someone mentioned that might be a bit outdated. I said, well, we can move it into the future. It can be future-centric or whatever, but we need a business center in our area. So that's why I'm saying this. Maybe many people don't have that recorder, whatever it is. But yeah, when you're sleeping and you get an idea, and you can speak it into your cell phone. And another thing, similarly with editing, and we're jumping ahead, right? But let's say you've written something. Your computer, if you hit review and then you click on the voice option, someone will speak what you've written, so you can listen to see if there's flow, there's clarity, right? How cohesive that piece is, So audio is good in different ways, and your computer will transcribe or read your written version. I don't know what, I'm not a techie, okay? So whatever mechanism or whatever is in your computer, it has the ability to read whatever. And this could be you're writing an essay, email, and you'd like to, ascertain, well, how does this sound, right? Now, my computer goes like dark, and I'm hoping you don't see that on your end. It's just me seeing this. Like when it's timing out.
Oh, right.
You haven't seen that, right?
No.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, so you can record it. But when you record it, be sure that you will pay or have someone to type that up, because it might be careful when you record it, because it might be a lot of words to type, and then if you revisit that weeks or months later, it's not as easy as when you freshly, because some of the things that you say, you have to type that like, So just get help if you're not a pro.
So you mentioned technology. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you this question. It's an opinion question, so not a technical question. Your opinion about those who are using AI to now either write their content or to assist them in writing their content.
Well, I will answer your question if you allow me to share my ignorance on this national platform. When I first heard AI, I was like, "What? AI? That could say a lot of things." And I was like, "What is it?" And then someone said, "Wrong. It's artificial intelligence." I'm like, "Oh, whatever." Listen, I'm a writer and I'm very creative, and I like to be original. So I would prefer to write my own stuff. But for those who need help, by all means, if this AI techie thing is working, go ahead. Have it work for you. But hopefully the end result is maybe good for everyone. You, the person that's having this AI work for you, and the recipients, those who are reading or listening or viewing it. 'Cause people probably can tell when there's no personality in whatever it is you're offering, and maybe they want a little bit of Sydney Wormsby in whatever it is he's going to present.
Right.
And not some artificial thing. So.
Now, you mentioned earlier about people who are writing and going to kind of traditional publishers, often through an agent. Are you saying that anyone who's a writer or author needs an agent in order to get published, or
Traditionally?
is that just...
Okay, so I would say if you'd like to go the traditional route, and because there's some bad agents out there who are lazy too. If you're able to secure a skilled and talented agent, it's the best way because again, the agent, that's what he or she does. And they have to hook up. They know people in-house in all the publishing houses, and they have the skill to identify whether what you're writing, if there are flaws in it, there are tweaks that needs to be done before they actually present it to the publisher. A good agent does that. So most, I would say traditionally published authors sort of like have agents because it's helpful, it's advantageous, but it's not always difficult to obtain an agent. That's where you need to go attend those writers conferences and do your research and go places where these agents physically are because they give you their business cards whereby if you Google online, they don't know you and they don't give all their information like that. But if you're paid or you're just attending an event, they're really friendly and you can ask questions depending on the format or whatever is happening. If you're self-publishing, of course, you don't need an agent. You're the boss.
What's the cost? I mean, obviously to write, there's no cost. It's just you doing your thing, right?
Right.
But what's the cost typically to get published? And you can include what an agent might take, since that's a part of the publishing process, but not necessarily what a publisher does. But if somebody's wanting to write a book and then hand it over to a publisher, what's the cost for that typically?
There's none. If they're handing it over to a traditional publisher or to an agent, the only expense is if, depending on the caliber of that person's work and how prideful they are of it, they may hire an editor to review it first before they send it to an agent. But traditional publishing allows the author that financial freedom to an extent. Things could have changed. But with the agents and the traditional publishers, they want, for example, did Michelle Obama, do you think she had, no, I know she's big, I know, but it's her talent and who she is. She did not have to pay a publisher or an agent. So same with regardless of whether you have a big name, you know, or you're just undiscovered, if you are being accepted by an agent or a publisher, traditionally, the authors don't need to pay anything up front. If you're publishing, though, self-publishing, the indie author, that's when you would have to fund, like maybe cover design if you're not good with that. You have to fund editing because you need your stuff to be professional and to be free of grammatical errors and all that stuff. So it's very strongly advised that you at least use a professional editor, a proofreader towards the end. If you're using a vanity press, my friend, that could be thousands that you may end up crying over.
Okay. Now we're getting close to the end of time, so I want to bring it home to you. Meaning you're a publishing coach, correct?
Yeah.
So talk about what a publishing coach does.
Okay, so what I will do for a client is someone says to me, Siobhan, I have a manuscript. They may even be have the audacity to say, I think it's ready for publication. Really, let's see. Let me take a look at that. And so I assess it, and then we discuss the different, I would say, segments that we would go through. So we create a timeline, and then there are things that we need to do. Lots of revision, right? If the person wants coaching for the book and also for the publishing, first we work on the manuscript. We make sure it shines. We make sure a professional editor reviews that. I can read the manuscript and detect if maybe the audience that the person's trying to reach, maybe there's a lot of work, technical issues with the manuscript. So I'm guiding the person, and if they're lazy, I'm sparring them. You're writing that book, you have a timeline, you need to deliver X amount by such a time. You need to get have recommendations, identify a few people that will recommend your book so your book could seem authentic. You need to work on your bio, all these things, but I'm helping them, right? I'm reading it to see what it is that they've produced, right? That's just the manuscript aspect. Because the manuscript really is just writing, right? And writing something that's has the caliber and the polish that would really interest whichever audience it is you're trying to reach. The publishing, though, that's a whole different, I would say, ball game, where it involves design and all that sort of thing. And so I'm coaching them through that. How much of this work would you like to do? How much do we need to, I would say, freelance out to experts and that sort of thing. But I'm guiding them to make sure that this is the timeline. We said 12 months, this is what's happening within each quarter. And this book has to be finished and ready for publication and in the stores at this particular time. I'm checking in with them. I'm accountable to the person. They're accountable to me. So whatever technical or whatever it is the person needs, depending on if they're a newbie, they've never published before, they've hardly ever written anything. So it depends on the intensity or the magnitude of the work that I would have to do with that person.
Mm-hmm.
But having written and published books, I'm guiding them through that process so that they can have books they're proud of. I tell them quality over quantity.
And that is, working with you kind of one-on-one on that whole process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And obviously the time that takes depends on the individual and how motivated they are. But generally.
No. So, okay. So, all right. So if you're going to work with me, it's about 12 months, or depending on how advanced the manuscript might be, it could be 6 months, but 12. And we're having that discussion. And you understand that you have assignments. I say assignments, right? You have projects. Yes. You have projects and their dates. There's a timeline that must be met because my reputation is hanging on this. You're going to deliver because I need to deliver. I take it personally. So we had better get that done at the right time.
Okay.
And if you're slacking up, we have those accountability checks. Yes.
So we really are almost out of time. So let's talk about how people can get in touch with you. So if they want to hear more about how to become an author, how to write, how to get published, if they want to reach out to you for being a publishing coach for them, how do people, or what's the best way for them to reach out to you?
So they have two choices. Go to my website, SharonMingoY.com or SuperMomentosVA, and send me a message. And I will definitely reach out. So whether they would like for me to speak or for me to coach them or just to hear more about the process of writing, go to my website.
All right, so let's say those two websites again slower because people are still trying to grab their pencils and papers.
So my name, look at my name, right? But you would delete the spaces and you add .com to my name, SharonMingoY.com. And so that's my author's website with all my coaching and that sort of thing. And then to see, my books and my other work and that sort of thing, go to Super, SuperMentos, yay, YEA.com.
There you go. All right. Well, it's been a pleasure speaking with you, getting more insights. Again, you and I have had a chance to talk through some of it, but I think, or I thought it would be really, really beneficial for folks out there in general to hear and to hear about, how beneficial it is for them to be a writer. And not that it's easy, but it's something that anyone can do if they have a mind and an interest to do it.
Yeah.
So,
I see JL, and I must mention, I heard his story. Jill, you're the one that wrote the children's book, right? Am I correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Did you write the children's book? Was it Jill that wrote the children's book?
Yeah, I do. I have a book. Yes.
Yeah, I was listening, and he was showing the different princesses, right, that are represented from Africa, and your daughter inspired you.
Oh, no, I don't have a daughter. That might have been someone else, but I do have a book, though.
Okay. So maybe somebody wrote a children's book, and they look similar to how you look. So, but my point was that person was inspired, and they followed their inspiration, and they wrote a children's book that could relate to kids with different pigmentation, skin color. They can look and see people look like them in that children's book.
I thank you guys so much. You guys came in. That was a brilliant, brilliant interview. So thank you, Sydney. Thank you, Sharon. That was amazing. And one more time, tell them where they can reach out to you before you get out of here.
Okay, so SharonMingoY on the screen.com or Super, SuperMentos.com. You can tell I'm
so
I'm a silly person. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Remember,
you,
Genius is coming. Yep.
Thank you
Genius
for having
is coming.
us.
And I will see you guys on the other side.
Thank you, Sydney. It was a blast.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trousseau has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trousseau is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trousseau embraces his community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trousseau is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land, a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be, a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is JL the Genius, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now introducing our next speaker, Dr. Norma Hollis, known as the godmother of authenticity and is a change agent who impacts the world in multiple ways. She writes programs for human development around the theme of authenticity and turns them into training processes to deepen self-awareness and expand consciousness for individuals and organizations. I'll now introduce to some and to others, Dr. Norma Hollis.
Well, thank you so much, JL the Genius. How nice to meet you. How are you today?
I'm phenomenal. Nice to meet you as well, Queen. And I love the background. That is amazing. And
Thank
I'm
you so much.
super excited about what you're going to teach us today because authenticity is much needed in today's society. So with that being said, Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
All right, Genius. See you then. Thank you. And hello to all of you. What a pleasure for me to be here with you again today on the Black Business Expo. Some of you may recognize my name and have seen me before. I talk about the authenticity grid behind me, all about authenticity. And some of you may be the first time seeing me. And I hope I can get your interest to authenticity and being that. I've studied authenticity for over 30 years because I realized at the age of 28, I had become my parents' version of who they thought I should be. And I had all the things that are supposed to make you happy, and I was miserable. And then I just stepped out of life in a sense and did my own research to understand myself. And in the process, had a chance to understand other people as well. And I turned that into this authenticity grid to help people understand themselves. So I've been teaching self-awareness now for about 20 years. And I started by teaching speakers. I used to own a speaker bureau. I was the first Black woman to own a bureau for Black speakers. And now I am in the coaching industry. I have this whole system of coaching, and I'm a host for an international coach organization, and I certify and train coaches. And we are taking this program now into corporate America. So what I'm here to talk with you about today is not the topics that I have done in the past, which have been helping you understand yourself. Now I want to talk from a bigger perspective. And I'm going to talk about society as a whole, where we've come from and where we are going, and why we are at a point in life where we need authentic leaders, and a little bit about the program that I do, which is called Return on Authenticity, which is for a new term that's out called workplace authenticity. So if you followed that, fine. If you didn't, just follow me as I start talking to you, because I'm going to start by telling you about how we have evolved a bit in terms of society and as humanity. So if you go back to, I'm talking now about leadership in a corporate environment. And I'm talking about how it came to where it is now. And if you go back to the late 1800s, that's when society changed a lot, just like the information age changed us a lot recently. Back in the late 1800s was when we changed from everybody would make their own, kill their own animals, make their own shoes, make their own clothes, barter with other people. There was not the formalized system that we have now. And that's because in the late 1800s is when the assembly line came into play. There was a locomotive engine, the trains were started being built, and then cars came shortly after that. And that industrial age started leadership that's more like do it faster, create more, produce more. Don't think, just do as I say and do it faster. And then the information came a lot later. I think it was 1950, somewhere around there. And that's when it became quickly more about how can you solve your problems? What are you dealing with? Go do the research and come back and tell me what you found, and then I'll solve your problem for you. So we went from, the boss is in charge. He tells you what to do, tells you to do it faster, doesn't necessarily want you to think, to the information age where you're told, think a little bit, go find the answer and bring me the answer. And now we're moving, we're into the empowerment age. The empowerment age is, let me empower you to find the answer. So you go, you find the answer, and you bring the answer to me, or you just go solve the problem, which is a different thing. And now the empowerment age is what happened when COVID hit. So when COVID hit, so many people were empowered to say, I don't think I really want to go to that job every day anyway. And that's when 3.87 million people started leaving their jobs every single month. And it has not stopped. And now it's to the tune still of over 4 million people a month are leaving full-time jobs. So they're not like leaving permanently, but they're shifting, moving around. They're making change. They're trying to find their own authentic path. They're trying to empower themselves. Many of them are becoming entrepreneurs, as many of you on this call perhaps moved into that role during that time. And now we're moving faster because where the industrial age lasted almost 200 years, or at least 100 years, the information age didn't last that long. And the empowerment age, it seems to be moving fast, rapidly, because we're kind of moving in two directions now. We're kind of branching off as humanity. On one hand, we're moving into artificial intelligence. And by artificial intelligence, we're talking about biotechnology. And we're talking about a term maybe you haven't heard before called transhumanism. And this is where human beings are becoming half human and half robot, or maybe 3/4 human and 1/4 robot, or something like that. And since it's still experimental, who knows where it's going to go? So that's one path that humanity is evolving to. That's kind of the path that was a self-made path. That's a path that has evolved because of how society has grown from the industrial age to the information age, to the empowerment age, to the transhuman age. I don't know. On the other hand, you have the spiritual development side. And on the spiritual development side, we're moving to being called no longer Homo sapiens, but Homo luminous. And that may be a new term to you also. And what Homo luminous refers to is that human beings are coming into the world more illuminated, maybe as a way to counterbalance the transhumanism path that's going. Because the more spiritual path there is, maybe that's, I don't know, but perhaps that's what it is. But I do know that children have been coming into the planet with far greater gifts and far greater psychic abilities, which means they've been more higher illuminated. They have a higher consciousness. These children have been coming in since the 1970s. They were first called the indigo children, then the crystal children, and now the rainbow children. So you can go look those up. The rainbow children is what they're being called now. And these are a lot of children who are coming to the planet very clear that they're here for a purpose, very clear that they know that they have something to do. Sometimes they even will tell you what it is they're here to do. And are you listening? Are you listening to them? Or are you just the adult that says we all know what's best? Children come in here with more knowledge than you can imagine. They just lose it as they get more indoctrinated into society. That's another conversation. But from the bigger picture of where society is going and the role that corporate America can play and the understanding of workplace authenticity and how it fits into that, that's what I'm here to share with you on this conversation today. So the world is changing, and you have a chance to decide: do you push the transhumanism path, or do you push the Homo luminous path? I don't think you can stop either one of them because they're both on their own trajectory already. So they may have to live together in tomorrow's world, which is a whole nother conversation for another time about how do you prepare the children for that, because we see how fast it's moving in our time with the information age. And now that people are being more empowered, people are the ones that move it forward. So it's going to be very interesting moving forward. But getting children prepared is important too. But we're here to talk about organizations. So I've told you a little bit about how the history goes. So that's why we need transformational leaders. We need leaders who are authentic leaders. We need authenticity not only in the workplace, but all over the place. And that's really one of the reasons I'm on the planet, which I'll tell you about before I leave you. But I want to give you this information first. So behind me, you see what I call my authenticity grid. This is what I talk about most. And I told you earlier about how I started it with my own frustration. And it started by me finding 9 energies within myself. And I identified them by giving each energy the name of an animal that I could recognize. And then 30 years of research later, I kind of looked at this grid that was put together with the numerology and astrology and Freud and Jung and a whole bunch of other stuff that I combined together. And then I tested this grid for actually 14 years to see what it was and what it did. And it's kind of phenomenal. And then I expanded it. And now I have a corporate side to it because it's a grid of energy. It's a grid of how human energy kind of interacts. Okay. And it's based on 3 voices that we all have. We have an energy voice of our inner voice that no one speaks but us, no one hears but us. We have the energy of our outer voice, which is how we're perceived by other people. And we have the energy of our expressive voice, which is who we become in the world. Well, likewise, organizations have a similar energy. So I'm bypassing the individual conversation and talking more about the corporate energy and corporate authenticity, workplace authenticity. So the inner voice of an organization are the employees, the people that work there. They're the ones that tell you what's going on. They're the frontline energy. They're the face of the organization. Whatever the organization is, whatever it is you do, you have some interface with customers, whether your customers are other organizations or whether your customers are the general public. You have connection with customers. And how your employees connect with your customers has to do with your inner voice. That lets your customers know the inner voice of your employees. They say that with employees nowadays, that 36% of them are the only percentage of people in a given organization, that's the average, who are actually engaged. And by engaged, that means they care, they come to work agreeably, they enjoy, they may not love, but they don't hate the work that they're doing. They get some satisfaction out of it. They get some satisfaction out of the people that they're working with. So they have a reason to come to work. They are engaged. But if only 36% is engaged, that means that 64% are not engaged. That's a huge percentage. And that's a huge problem. And that's when they called that great resignation where people were leaving, and then the quiet quitting. The quiet quitting are those that are not engaged at 64%, but they stay, but they are just going through the motions. They're only there for the paycheck. You've seen them, I'm sure. Maybe you're one of them. Maybe you've had someone you've hired who's like that. But they take the energy of the organization down, and it makes it hard to come to work. And when an organization gets to the point where engagement gets that low, which means that retention is going to get low as well, absenteeism is going to get higher, revenues are going to be impacted, and the future does not look rosy. And that's kind of what's happening for a lot of organizations that are not choosing to accept the societal changes, because if society is changing, and if humans are changing and both are evolving, doesn't it make sense that corporations should evolve as well? But unfortunately, so many corporations, especially some of the larger, older ones, are still stuck in that industrial age leadership, where the boss tells you everything to do. And there's not as much information and certainly empowerment within the employee, within the rank and file. And yet they may be moving towards or investing in the biotech world, but having bypassed the evolutionary process. And evolution kind of takes a while, and it goes through phases, and it works best when you evolve with it. So some of the research that I read over a dozen years ago said that if an organization doesn't find the soul of its company, it may not survive. And now I've seen that kind of unfold over the last 12 years, and I can kind of see what they mean. And that's why workplace authenticity is an important factor. What my company has is a term that we call ROA. We call it return on authenticity. I'm so excited about this work because I was prepared before I even heard the word workplace authenticity. And so I'm in the process of looking for people that want to be certified to teach this, along with the people that I'm training also, because we're starting to go into corporate America with something that's very, very timely, because we already have assessments ready. And as I mentioned, the inner voice of the individual is the voice of the employee in the organization. So we help organizations see that. We help them listen to the employees. We help them do an assessment to find out what's the level of listening that you're actually doing. What part of that is getting through, and how can it be more authentic? So authenticity in an organization means alignment. It means things are going in the same direction. It means that the workforce have the same understanding of the mission and the vision and the goals, and they all see their role in making those come to life, and they understand how they work together. We have something on the grid called think, communicate, do. Those are dynamics, and they have to do with the energy to get things done. That's the part of the grid that I developed when I was directing nonprofit Head Start programs a few decades ago. And I realized that when I hired people because of what they could do, and then brought them on to do things without having taken time to help them understand why they're doing them, the think behind them, the bigger picture. I found that if I did it in that order, to give them the bigger picture first, and then give them instructions, and then send them off to do, I had so much more success. And not only that, there was more engagement. The person felt more involved because they understood the purpose. So understanding all of that from a bigger picture is what we help organizations and individuals in the organizations do. In order for an organization to experience workplace authenticity, it starts with the leader. Authentic leadership is the title, a term that's been around maybe about a dozen years as well, maybe a little bit longer. Authenticity term came out first, then authentic leadership, and now workplace authenticity. And all the while I've been working on all of it, not knowing it was going to come out like this, but I'm very, very excited. And again, the grid behind me is what I'm speaking from to help you understand more about what workplace authenticity means. So first, it means that the employees are well respected, they are listened to. It means that the values of the organization are known by all. It means that the mission and vision, the words that are on the walls, are also the conversation that's in the halls, that there is collaboration, that there is alignment. The two words that I use a lot in with this work are alignment and integration. That's integration of all the different dimensions and alignment of everything so it's all going in the same direction. Alignment is something that we don't talk about a lot, but the more aligned our lives are, the more organized we are. The more we align our path to work with the things we need to do and the responsibilities that we have, the more aligned, the more effective, the more efficient we are. The more we align all of our think activities together, the better our time is spent. Little things that mean a lot to understand that help you to be more authentic. And authentic means actually living within your gifts and talents and connecting the unseen parts of life with the seen parts of life. So in the course of an organization, the unseen parts of life are the unseen energies that are felt by your team members. So are you in an environment where everybody is angry and upset or jealous or competitive? Are you in an environment like that? Or are you in an environment where people give you high fives all the time, are happy to be there with each other, look forward to the next day, look forward to every day as maybe an adventure? Do you give them the opportunity to see it as an adventure? Or is it just a humdrum of coming to work, going through the same thing, get up, go to job, and to stay just over broke in the process? So these are things we give you to think about. We have assessments too that help you to do that. But I'm not here to promote my program, I'm here to tell you. So let me just move over a little bit and show you that the next piece is the outer voice. And the outer voice is how you are perceived. I don't want to move too far from the microphone, you won't be able to hear me. So the outer voice for an organization is the organization itself. So how does the organization itself position itself with its own authenticity, showing itself to the environment in a true way? And that means particularly, who are your strategic alliances? Who are you aligned with? What's the network that is supporting you? Who are your vendors? Who are you doing business with? Are you consciously doing business with other African American vendors? Do you consciously make the effort to find them? Does your culture support that? Does your culture support helping people with abundance? The bottom one is net wealth. Net wealth has to do with, oops, you can't hardly see it there. Net wealth has to do with abundance. We talk about net wealth as the money we leave to our heirs, but net wealth has a lot to do with how you help your employees recognize abundance. And abundance is not just in what you pay them, but it's also in the joy that they get from being with each other. What kind of joy do you bring to the table along with it? You see that net wealth is connected to inspiration. Inspiration on the bottom, which says drive, has to do with how you inspire your employees. And it's connected to net wealth. So you inspire your employees by giving them ways to be joyful. So that's something to think about when you think about how your organization is showed out in the public. And when you think about expressive voice, that particularly has to do with the community. How does your company, how are you positioned in the community? One particular thing that's important in this particular vertical is the middle one, likability, which refers a lot to your company's marketing and your brand. What is your brand? Now, authenticity at this time in the world is really important for certain industries. For example, the banking industry, because there has been banks that have closed recently, right? There has been some controversy of things that have occurred. So the credibility, any agents, any company, and pharmaceuticals, for example, where credibility is a real issue, because chemicals, are they really the best thing to use in your body all the time? And then you charge so much for certain things like that. So the credibility is an issue. This is where workplace authenticity is extremely important to help reshape the branding so that it is more impactful for your intentions. I know there's some organizations that are looking to do more with black and brown employees and don't quite know how to go about it. And that's where that whole domain, that whole expressive, how are you using the gifts and talents of your employees? How are you, how's your branding? How's it coming across? How authentic is the branding? How authentic is the message that's coming across? And what are the habits that you are promoting? And how can those be modified in order to make a difference in your organization? These are all things that create a workplace of authenticity. It's a brand new term that's just coming out. And so I'm really delighted to have some definitions for it. I'm hoping that this has been my first presentation, I will say, on workplace authenticity. And we do have a whole website. If you'd like to know more, you can go to normahollis.com, NORMAHOLLIS.com. And if you play around there, there is a page on our corporate page which has an explanation of how the programs that we offer, what our ROA, return on authenticity, is. That simply means getting a return on your investment in authenticity with the people in your organization. Because it's the people that bring you the resources. It's because of the people that you get a return on investment in ROA. So one of our bylines is that ROA increases ROI. I'd love to talk with you about it more. If you have any interest in it, I'd be happy to have a conversation. If you have any questions, I invite you to ask them or send them, and I will continue going a little bit deeper, because I do want to talk a little bit more about why it's so important in today's world right now that companies become and live with authenticity. Because companies are role models. I've been in business now for almost 30 years, and it's really interesting watching the growth. I've met a lot of entrepreneurs, some that I haven't seen in years because of COVID. And I just received my PhD about 3 weeks ago, which I'm very excited about. And the delightful thing about it was that I met so many other young, mainly Black PhDs, and every single one of them was doing something phenomenal. I met people with their own business, people who were deans of schools, a lady that was over mental health in her school district, university people, community development people, doctors, I mean, you name it, ministers, but everyone had a real strong toehold, a real strong commitment, mainly from an entrepreneurial perspective, to make a difference in the world. And that's what I feel is so important about being an entrepreneur, that I became an entrepreneur not because I chose a path to make money, but I chose a path for freedom. Because as an entrepreneur, I could do my own thing. I really haven't had any investors. I haven't owed myself to anybody. I did my path listening to my inner voice, which is why I teach it, right? So, and helping people understand what really can happen when you allow your inner voice to lead you. So I started following my inner voice as early as the age of 8, and then in a more critical way at the age of 28. And that's when I started this journey into authenticity. But who would have thought that, how many years later? I'm almost afraid to even count it right now. But several decades later, I've created, by following my voice, created a whole system, and even have certified people to teach it when I had no place to send them to teach it. But they believed in it enough because I did it in an authentic way. So what would happen in the world if more of us were really authentic? Hold on a second. What would happen if more of us allowed our inner voice to make decisions for us rather than using our so-called intellect? What if we allow the decisions in our business to come from the place of what's best for humanity, or what's best for the common good or for the greater good, versus what's best for my personal pocketbook? What if we shifted the narrative so that entrepreneurism is seen as the main vehicle to make a difference, not just the main vehicle to make money? Or we looked at it or promoted it as the main vehicle for freedom. Isn't that what we talk about? Juneteenth is about getting freedom. Well, what about really recognizing the freedom that comes when you become an entrepreneur? Because it does happen that way. And even if you don't, they talk about a business plan. One of the things that I shifted my life in my late 20s, or maybe my mid 20s, when I was married to a man who was a very aggressive business person. And up to that time, I had lived my life from what comes to me. What comes to me then lets me know what I need to do, because I felt myself very much connected to my inner voice, to my inner guides, to following the reason why I'm on the planet, what these rainbow children, what these younger children are coming in with an innate understanding and knowledge of. So I believe I have followed my business and my life up until the time that I met my first husband with that way of looking at the world. And then I met him, and he taught me a whole different way, that you don't let it happen to you. You go make it happen. You go do, and you just push it, and you just push it through and make it happen. And so I tried that. And it felt very uncomfortable with me. And it really didn't work. And that's when I finally said to my inner voice, well, if I'm supposed to give this up and just listen to you, then just let me know that. And that's when I ended up at 28, realizing that I needed to make that decision and leave that and do differently. So when I did that for several years when I started my speaker bureau. And it was easy because I was also working full-time directing Head Start programs. At least for a while I was. But then when I really got out there on my own, and I didn't really have a backup, except whatever money I had in the bank. It was a whole different energy because I now had to do that, go out there and find it. It did not come as easily. I was not yet prepared yet for it to come as easily. But what happened in that time, even though I did not have a vehicle, I never missed a mortgage payment. Was able to get a car each time one broke down, and I got something really decent, and always did fine. And now by finally shifting back to the authentic way of living, to what's authentic for me, my lesson to myself right now is that to slow down enough to be able to listen every day to the daily instruction. Because I get instructions every single day if I choose to listen to them. When I don't listen is when I end up having problems. And I can look back now, 9 years ago, it was March 6, 2014. I had just gotten back from a speaking engagement, and I was so excited because it went really, really well. And I just knew I was going to launch my speaking career and start speaking all over the world and share my message of authenticity. And I came home and was ready to go to the market and get some food for my friend, and fell down the stairs and hit my right heel on the edge of my wooden step and broke it. And I could not drive for 6 months. So I had to slow down. And the message was, slow down, Norma. I got something for you. If you move so fast, you're going to miss it. And after I fell, I told my friends, I didn't really fall, I was pushed. Because in my mind and my spirit, whatever, I felt like it was it happened for me to slow down. And so I thought I did. And then 2019, February, I decided to start a pattern. I was walking pretty regularly, and I was going to jog just 1 block. Because I had been to a workshop. She said, you just add a little bit of energy to your current workout and you'll burn even more calories, whatever. And that's what I'm jogging 1 block. And the first time I tried it, I got 1/3 of the way down 1 block and I fell. And I carry weights. I was carrying 2.5 pound weights when I was walking then. And so when I felt myself falling, I turned my arms so that I would fall on the weights. But what I didn't realize is that the left weight rolled under my arm. And so my arm fell on the weight and cracked my arm. But we didn't realize it was really cracked. We thought it was a rotator or whatever for 3 weeks later. So that I couldn't write. And I'm a writer. So it slowed me down again. And I thought I got it. And then less than a year ago, I got back from my first speaking engagement after COVID, and it was a great event. It was the audience just really accepted me. It was a pay to play and sell from the stage kind of thing, and I was on a stage with Les Brown and some other people, and it just really, really went well. And I got home excited. Here we go again. We're going to get this career. I've been working on authenticity. I finally got the way it's going to work. And within 30 days, I had fallen 3 times on my right rib. And I finally said, okay, then fine. I think I get the message. I'll stop. And I just won't make any plans. Because every time I make plans, it seems that I'm doing the wrong thing. And within 2 weeks, I met someone that came in, worked with me for 5 months, set up my whole systems for me, and just did a number of things that I did not even know that I needed to have done, set me up as more of a business, and then Authentic Workplace shows up. So it's just amazing what happens when you really allow yourself to follow the path that you were here to do. So think about that. Ask yourself, where are you on your path? You're an entrepreneur. Why are you an entrepreneur? Are you being authentic with yourself? Are you living your own workplace authenticity? Are you creating authenticity in your workplace as an entrepreneur or as a leader in your organization, in your role, or even as a parent? Are you leading with authenticity, or are you creating fake scenarios? One of the things, if you're a parent or grandparent, that I love to share with you, a couple of things, is how children are born knowing why they're here, and they express it in their gifts and talents, and they talk about it between the ages of 2 and 4, when they first learn how to speak and before they learn how to read. So record them and save it for when they decide to figure out what they want to do in the world, and let them remember what it was they were saying when they were young, and didn't have any filters on it. But the filters come sometimes when they do get to school and they learn their gifts. Maybe they're in preschool and they start to sing and realize that people like their voice, or they like the sound of beating drums, or they learn that they can tell a good story and they make people laugh, or they learn what their gifts are. And then when they come home and maybe they show it to you, Mommy, look, look what I can sing. Or they start singing and they get loud, and they might frustrate you because you had a long day and you're tired, and you might just without thinking say, oh, child, please just be quiet. I'm tired. Go watch TV until I get dinner ready. And you don't realize you kind of shut them down. And that's when their authenticity starts to shut down, and they start to shy away from it. So think about that, and as a parent, and what you can do for your own authenticity. Allow yourself to be as authentic as possible, because that's what we can do. That's the one thing you can do to help change the world, make the world a better place. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Look out for me at normalhollis.com. Thank you, JL, the genius. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. That was phenomenal, and the way you broke down that framework was absolutely stunning. So I thank you and for being authentic. And Genius is coming. I will see you on the other side.
Thank you.
All right. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, or you can just type in the money sign. It's BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com today. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Sway Soul, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shanae Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the Brand and Beauty Ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.